Good evening and welcome to the April 1st meeting of the East Point City Council. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Shropshire. Councilmember Freely. Councilmember Ziegler. Councilmember Cummings. Councilmember Mitchell. Councilmember Butler. Councilmember Martin Rogers. Mayor Holiday Ingram, we have a quorum.
Thank you so much. Tonight, our invocation will be by Pastor Martin L. Jakes, Sr. of Light of the World International Church, followed by the pledge to the flag. We can stand and remain standing.
All right, good evening, and thank you for this invitation. Let us pray. Gracious God, we humbly enter this hallowed space with a thankful heart. We thank you for giving these men and women the responsibility to thoughtfully and strategically draft policies that would affect the good people of East Point in such a way that positive change and meaningful transformation will engulf our city into an oasis of peace and prosperity. Let the joy of servanthood be found in the hearts and minds of this great mayor, city council, staff, auxiliary members of the East Point leadership team. Let East Point become a beacon light of inspiration and impact to the surrounding city, state, and nation. Let tonight's session be anointed by your participating presence. And we offer these petitions in the name of the one who has all power and authority. In Jesus Christ's name we pray. Amen. The United States of America and to the republic for this it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our Sergeant at Arms this evening is Captain Robinson. Thank you so much for your service this evening. We will move into presentations and announcements. And I want to announce at the beginning of the meeting, I'll announce it at the end. As a part of our national search for a city manager, we have engaged Developmental Associates, Inc., or LLC, I'm sorry, and they have prepared a feedback form, one for our city employees to share information, as well as for our community. And so the community feedback form has been shared just recently on our social media. It will be shared through all of our outlets as well as in our utility bill. I want to make sure I announce that at the beginning of the meeting. The deadline or the date that we'd like to get feedback by is April 19th, so that's 3 weeks. It's open now, and right now we're looking at April 19th as the day that we like to have all feedback by from the employees as well as for our community. So anyone in East Point can respond to the survey. It is open to all East Pointers, and I really encourage you to share and let us know what you think as it relates to the questions that are in the survey. I will pull them up at the end of the presentations and announcements, and I'll just go through them on the record, but I did want to start the meeting with that. Our first presentation for tonight is the East Point Housing Authority presentation by Executive Director Michael Spann, and I also see the board chair here, Mr. Doug Jones, Mr. Jones, Doug Jones. So I will turn it over to Mr. Spann. Thank you so much for being with us this evening.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, City Council members. I look around and I see some of you, some faces look familiar and some faces look brand new. My name is Michael Spann. I have the privilege of serving as the Executive Director for the East Point and Fairburn Housing Authorities. I took my watch off and I'm going to set it down, and there's a joke. There's a little girl that was sitting in church and the pastor took his watch off and laid it on the rostrum, and the little girl asked her mom, "Mom, what does that mean?" And the little girl, mom said, absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Okay. I would like to extend an open invitation to those city council members who may not be familiar with the East Point Housing Authority. We like to show off our properties, and so perhaps sometime between now and the end of April, or even the end of the week, I can get everyone's contact information. I'd like to send out an invitation where maybe you can come by and get a firsthand look at some of the properties and some of the things that we're doing from the Housing Authority's perspective. I mentioned that we are also, the East Point Housing Authority also manages the Fairburn Housing Authority. I'm not going to talk too much about that tonight. It's an agreement that we have with the city of Fairburn. They have their own board. We report to that mayor, but I just wanted you to know that's just some of the other activities. We share a few synergies that we can share to kind of take advantage of each other's services. But tonight we're going to focus on East Point. And I'd like to potentially dispel any rumors or hearsay that the council may have heard regarding our development and what entities we support and those types of things. And of course, at the end, I'd love to open it up to Q&A. And I want to, Mayor, give a shout out to your city clerk for being so helpful with me getting this presentation today. We are at the, for those of you that, we are just across the street. Our main office is just across the street from the city annex on Norman Berry Drive. And if you drive by our office, you will see that we are currently under construction. And so the way the office looks now, it may not look that way hopefully in the next week or so. And so we're working on that now. You want the flash? Yeah. And so while that's getting prepared, I'd like to share with you our mission statement. It's the mission of the East Point Housing Authority to provide and encourage the development of quality, affordable housing for individuals and families while promoting self-sufficiency and neighborhood revitalization. We don't just consider ourselves a housing authority. We try to move families off of subsidized housing and give them tools that will allow them to become self-sufficient, whereby they can go and perhaps even get their own homes. Okay, well, I'm just going to walk through it. Okay. We have several developments that are currently underway, and some of them you may be very familiar with. On Stanton Road, we have our Hillcrest dual properties. Hillcrest 1 was opened in August of 2020, right in the middle of the pandemic, and we were fully leased up at the end of December 2020. Phase 1 of Hillcrest on Stanton Road is 180 units of affordable housing for our seniors age 62 plus. And the latest development right across the way, Hillcrest Phase 2, is 166 units, also 62 plus for seniors. There are tiered both properties have different tiers of affordability, just depending on, again, your income. We will also focus on, I'll show a little bit about Aya Tower, formerly the Nelms House on Connolly Drive. That's at 1600 Connolly Drive. We'll talk about Norman Berry Village, which is a 119-unit senior 55-plus community on Norman Berry Drive. And then I'll share a little bit about Martell and Hurd Homes, which is on Norman Berry Drive and Randall Street. The Hurd Homes property is across from Milner Park, and the Martell Homes property, as I mentioned, is right across the street from the city annex on Norman Berry Drive. I'd also like to share with you some of the other agencies that we're involved in, that we partner with to help support some of our families in the community, and then just talk a little bit about how the city of the Fairburn Housing Authority is a partner in the Georgia Initiative for Community Housing, also known as the GIG Project. Hillcrest is right, the address for Hillcrest is 1837 and 1847 Stanton Road. Hillcrest is an active adult community. It's amenity filled. We are partnered with the Benoit Group, and that's our development partner. And the initial investment for phase 1 of Hillcrest was just under $32 million. So it was a significant investment in resources and jobs and stimulating the economy for the city of East Point. And that's, as I mentioned, that's 180 units that was opened in August of 2020 during the pandemic. We were fully leased at the end of December. So through a series of strategic lease-up plans, we were able to get to 100% occupancy by December 2020. Hillcrest Phase 2, also an active adult community, also a partner with the Benoit Group. That was a total investment of $35 million, and that's composed of 166 one and two bedroom apartments. And it opened in just this past December of 2023, and we are currently at 72% occupancy for that development. And some of the amenities at both properties include exercise rooms, community rooms with kitchens, gardens, benches, gazebos, and computer rooms. So we are very pleased to show you that. Now, I have to admit, council members, I'm a little disappointed that my slides presentation isn't working because I wanted to show you the before and after the Nelms House. So for those of you that have been in East Point any amount of time, you know that for about 20 years, the tallest building in East Point, the Nelms House, was sitting vacant, and it was certainly an eyesore for the community. So through a series of meetings with some of the neighborhoods, meeting with city council, we were able to secure funding for the Nelms House. And now when you drive by 1600 Connolly Drive, you see the transformation that's taken place of what was formerly the Nelms House, which is now the Aya Tower. 88 units, amenity rich, with the mural of one of our former mayors on the side of the building that you can see from the MARTA train. Our development partner for the Aya Tower was the Vecino Group. Total investment for that property was $28 million. That's made up of 88 units. It's a multi-family apartment complex. And so we're hoping that perhaps some of our students that can hop on the MARTA train and drive down to the University Center in downtown might apply. So we're reaching out to some of them. We are at about 25% occupancy. There were some delays initially related to development. It was not a new construction, it was a renovation, and sometimes when you open up a wall, you never know what you're going to find. And so we discovered some interesting things in some cases. But we are happy to report that as of the end of January, the construction was completed. We are at, as I mentioned, 25% lease up as of the end of January, and we are anticipating to be fully leased up by the end of August of this year. Some of the amenities at Aya Tower include rooftop access, community rooms, exercise rooms, bike trails, benches, gazebos, and computer rooms. And we are in discussions with United Healthcare, which was one of the investment partners for that development, to try to establish health and wellness services for that facility. And if there's overflow capacity, we would then also offer that to the residents of East Point. And last, but certainly not least, in terms of development and with some of our partners, we have Norman Berry Village, which is the hidden property that you may not know is there. It's on the south side of Norman Berry Drive, and it's right next to the, right across from the new 1100 Washington development on Norman Berry Drive. East Point Housing Authority enjoys a 80% ownership in Norman Berry Village. That property has been leased. It was new construction since 2007, and it has a 97% average occupancy. The property manager is One Street Residential. It's made up of 119 one and two bedroom units. Hey, there we go. Oh, okay, slowly but surely. Some of the amenities at Norman Berry Village include community rooms, exercise rooms, computer rooms, benches, gazebos, raised bed gardens, walking trails, and they have several, there's a medical center inside the building, a small medical office where a health professional comes through on a periodic basis, and there's also a hair salon for some of our residents there. I wanted to share with the council, and I'm wrapping up in just a minute, but several of the benefits of some of these developments include when we bring some 1,400 new residents to the city, every one of those families pay utilities. And so we are estimating that, with that families at Hillcrest, 346 families, the 88 families at Aya Tower, the 119 families at Norman Berry Village, the 728 families that are participating in our Section 8 program, the 180 families that are part of our public housing development. We're looking at close to 1,500 families that pay taxes and they pay utilities and they go to Walmart and downtown East Point and Wayfield, and they're making an economic impact. In addition, the Housing Authority, although we don't pay property taxes, we do pay taxes in lieu of taxes, payment in lieu of taxes. And so for the last 5 years, the Housing Authority has contributed $115,942 to the city of East Point for payments in lieu of taxes. And that's for our police and fire support and some other services that we enjoy from the city. Our partners, some of our partners in the city include, we've had a longstanding relationship with Kenai Community Development Consortium. They provide summer camps, teen internships, academic enrichment, after-school programs, feeding programs, holiday gift giveaways, and a number of other activities. We are thankful for the support and partnership with Kenai. We've recently, for the last 2 years, started a relationship with Future Seekers, one of the hometown businesses here in East Point. When we first connected with these Future Seekers, one of my managers who has a daughter who has since graduated from college, she said, when my daughter was in the 8th grade, she participated in the Future Seekers program out of East Point. So they've been around a good little while, and I'm sorry we haven't connected with them sooner, but I'm glad we have this connection with them even now. They also provide after-school tutoring, summer camp programs, teen internship programming, and other services. We have a partnership with Impact Church. They provide mentoring and after-school programming. We have health and wellness relationships with United Healthcare, Grady Health Systems, Morehouse School of Medicine, and we are just starting relationships with United Way and Goodwill. There will be, we've had a 2-year grant from United Way to provide learning loss support for some of our students who tend to lose some of their academic prowess during the summer. And then, of course, we're really thankful for the relationship that we have with the city of East Point and the support that they always provide. I feel like the mayor is one of our biggest cheerleaders. Some of you on the board have been to some of our properties, and we're thankful for your support. And we are also thankful to be invited to be one of the members for the Georgia Initiative for Community Housing. And at this time, I'm going to open up the floor. I will make sure that I'll get this presentation. Better yet, though, I think I'll send out an invitation to everyone.
The city clerk is going to email.
Perfect. And but I do want just to reiterate that invitation to have. I'd just like to ask the council members to make time to come out and spend a little time with us, and we can show you some of our properties, et cetera. Are there any questions I might be able to answer at this time?
Well, thank you so much, not only for your presentation, but the work that you are leading at East Point Housing Authority, as well as our board commission members. We definitely have a group who's been very progressive. And so I will turn it over to some council members and then I'll make comments at the end, but I appreciate you being here tonight and sharing this information. Councilmember Cummings.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you so much for your presentation. I just
You're
have
welcome.
one question. So the only multifamily complex that you have, that's going to be the one that's on Connolly?
Mhm.
And you said it's at 25% capacity?
That's correct. The Aya Tower is at 25% capacity now.
And how many, 88 units?
That's correct.
And what are the bedroom numbers? for that?
72 one bedrooms, 16 two bedrooms.
Okay, they're 1 and 2.
And if you go online to either the East Point Housing website or you can search Aya Tower, there's additional detail in there around what the income parameters are
Okay,
for qualifying.
all right. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I yield, Madam.
Councilmember Ziegler.
Thank you. Thank you for your
You're
presentation,
welcome.
even with the challenges. So question for you, what other developments do you have planned for the future?
Thank you, Councilmember Ziegler. I was supposed to say that, but you understand. So our next large endeavor, how many of my commissioners are here before I say this? Our next targeted development would be our Martell Homes facility, our Martell Homes site, and our Hurd Home site. We've been working on providing, one of our strategic goals was to increase the supply of affordable housing in the city of East Point, and we've done that through the Hillcrest and through the Aya Tower and the Norman Berry Village developments. But our next target, based on our strategic plan, would be what development would we put on Norman Berry Drive where our main office currently is situated? It's sitting on about 33 acres. We've got some preliminary plans in place, but certainly we have a lot of meetings that we would need to take place with city council, with the city manager, the deputy city manager. And so, but the Martell Home site is the next planned site.
Can you shed any light on, are you trying to, get more people living in those houses, or like what's the plan?
So we haven't really, I can tell you what my vision is. And I think it's shared by our board of commissioners. That development, it was built in the mid 60s. And so I'm embarrassed to say that it was just up until about probably 6 months ago that finally every housing unit there has central heat and air. So I'm happy about that finally. But we think it's being underutilized. We think that there's an opportunity for a mixed use development at that site with the proximity to downtown, the proximity to the airport, the proximity to downtown East Point, downtown Atlanta. We think there's some opportunity for single family homes, for possibly maybe a hotel, possibly a, mixed income, mixed use developments. Not unlike some of the renderings that I've seen for what's planned for the Commons area here in East Point.
And when you say a hotel, are you talking about a hotel that everybody could go and get a room for, or is this like a hotel more like extreme temporary living?
No, I was thinking your traditional hotel, but that's so when I walk out of here, my board chair is going to say, I didn't hear anything about a hotel. But that's just one idea that was bandied about. That wouldn't necessarily address the shortage of affordable homes or workforce housing. And so that might not be, maybe somewhere closer to downtown might be a better spot. But we just thought, thinking big picture, thinking outside the box, that might be something that we might be able to consider.
Okay. And I think I saw an article from Urbanize Atlanta that said that Norman Berry Village is expanding. Is that a project of yours? Like, are you a
That is
part
not,
of it?
I'm familiar with, excuse me for interrupting, I'm sorry.
Okay.
That is not one of our projects. We are familiar with it. It's my understanding that it's a consortium of developers and finance entities that are looking to put what they're calling Norman Berry 2. And I believe it's an assisted living. I think that's what they're planning. I'm not sure how much progress they've made toward, I believe they've made presentations to council in the past. Okay. And that's why I'm here to dispel rumors and hearsay. So that's what I've heard, but that's not anything that the Housing Authority is affiliated with. It's on the property directly adjacent to Norman Berry Village.
Okay. And you said that you have 1,400 residents across the city.
That are involved in some capacity, either through partnership developments or the Housing Authority by itself. That's correct.
Gotcha. Okay. That's kind of a lot. It's 3.5% of our population already. And it'll be interesting to see what happens in the future. But I'll yield. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Butler.
Thank you. How you doing, Mrs. Bennett?
Good, Mr. Butler. Good to see you, sir.
It's good to see you too. Am I correct in saying that you're having an open house tomorrow?
Not tomorrow, but thank you for that reminder. We're having a grand opening for Aya Tower on April 23rd at 10:30 a.m. and every council member is invited. You will get an invite, but so nothing tomorrow, not that I'm aware of.
Is there an application where people can come from non?
Okay. I think I know what you're referring to. Aya Tower is having I guess that is the open house you're referring to. Yes, in an effort to try to expand the touch of just trying to get the word out that there are units that are available. So I believe that is tomorrow. Yes, thank you.
So anyone that meets the income requirement can apply tomorrow?
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
Very good. Do you know how many people you're expecting or?
It's been open for a while. I think they're anticipating 50 to 75. Yeah, so it's not going to be a barnstorm. nothing like that.
Okay, very good. So it starts at 9 o'clock, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, 9 to 6.
That's correct. Thank you for the promo.
Your chairman has a.
Oh,
Oh,
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. So if I understand correctly, the application process opens up tomorrow?
it's been open since January. I think what they're doing is this is like it's a promotion. I'll be honest, I think they were anticipating that the lease up activity would be greater than it has been. And I think some of the income requirements, although they're not especially stringent, I think they're not getting the response that they thought they were going to get.
So let me ask you this, where is the information posted that people can apply? Is it on your website?
There is a link from our website. There's a link from the Wingate, that's the management company's website. And there's a link from the Vecino, which is our development partner, from their website.
So let me ask this question. Is it any way that the city can possibly post the information on their website and social media for people to click the link and it would take them there?
I'd jump a hoop if you would be able to do that.
If you share the information, we can get it to management and they'll have communications posted. So as a board chair, if you would like to speak during Mr. Span's presentation, I'll definitely give you that. We gotta come up.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. How are you guys doing? Yeah. We had Councilmember Shropshire. We had indeed discussed that opportunity. So I think we'd be absolutely delighted to be able to do that, to link from East Point Housing Authority to the application and for be able to answer questions and like that. They are having some issues with getting the number of applicants that they want. So that would be a great opportunity.
And I think that would be a good way to share the information and get it out there as well, because that page has a lot of people that follow that social media page. So
it's already posted on the social media page.
Okay.
I'm trying to see what date it was posted, but if you're talking about like our website or like a link from there.
yeah, a link from there in the social media page so people can actually click it and go to and apply for the application. And also, while the mayor's looking up the date as to when it was posted, I have a question. So you did mention that you have, you all, the Housing Authority, have plans for Montel Homes. Is that correct? So your plan, so here's my question. I know in Atlanta, they've basically did away with the
Public housing.
public housing. So if I'm hearing correctly, that's what you all want to do with Montel Homes.
We believe that there's an opportunity for better use for that site. And what I mean by that is one of the things that our board is very cognizant of is making sure that our legacy families or families that have been there are not displaced. So and HUD requires that all of our families none of them are going to be kicked to the curb or left, without housing. And so even during if for whatever, and this is so preliminary, we haven't even, there's nothing in place yet as to what's going to take place at that site. And whatever it is, it'll likely be done in phases of 3, maybe like 10 acres at a time. But there's, yes, it wouldn't be your traditional public housing anymore. It would be funded through a different funding stream. And this is what HUD is encouraging housing authorities to do. So that's why you're seeing more of that. However, that housing stream wouldn't necessarily displace anyone. Anyone that would be required to say move. Typically what we'll do is we have our HUD property. I can give you a real quick. We have our HUD site, which is smaller, 35 units. There's been some discussion about potentially moving those families into Martell, renovating that site to maybe where we double the capacity, and then move our 70 families over. Then we renovate those. The families can come back or they can stay in the new development. We'll have an opportunity then to move our other families into the new site and just kind of checkerboard them as the developments are done. But we're mindful because we've seen other poor examples of how some families have been displaced. And some, even though they're given the opportunity to come back, the qualifications to come back, they just don't meet. So we don't have plans to use this development as an opportunity to get rid of our families that are troublesome. I mean, we can do that on our own without having to kick them out, through development.
And that was going to be my question for the families that may be displaced. But also, I think you all can take a chance and an opportunity, because it is HUD, to work with those families that's there to help them become homeowners. Put some kind of home ownership program in place to help them become
about
homeowners
to mention that.
that want to continue to live in the community.
So I thank you, Councilmember Shropshire. When you said that, you immediately made me think of, the Housing Authority has what's known as the Family Self-Sufficiency Program. And the idea is to teach our family members new skills so that they could move off of this safety net into self-sufficiency. And I'm happy to report that we had our highest earning, there's a formula that they use to where as your income goes up, we set aside funds in an equity pot for you in an escrow. And we had a graduate last week who earned $31,000 when she graduated. So that's a record disbursement for us. So we were really, as a matter of fact, we had a photo op today, and so we're excited about that. So there are some programs, and that's why we partner with United Way and Goodwill and Impact Church and Future Seekers and the City of East Point and all these other entities, so we can try to move them off. The idea is not a permanent place. If you want to make it permanent, that's fine, but we try to empower them so that they can potentially move up.
Okay, now this is my last question. So how do the residents know how they can get on this program? And does this program help with down payment assistance?
We do, well, the FSS escrow is designed to be the escrow, the down payment assistance, but there are several programs that we partner them with as part of their matriculation through this FSS program, where they're exposed to agencies that will provide down payment assistance, provided they meet certain criteria and fulfill certain goals. And they are our other resources. So in terms of how do they know about it, we're constantly sending them. We don't get the participation that we'd like. But we continue to market the program to both our public housing residents as well as our housing choice voucher residents.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
If I could just add to that, council member, I'm going to toot the housing authority's staff because they don't toot their own horn. But the FSS program is really quite impressive. That graduate, how long did it take her to save?
She was on the program for about 6 years.
Yeah, so $31,000 in 6 years. I'm a realtor in my day job, and there are a lot of folks who are buying houses outside of a program such as this who don't come with that amount of funding. And she's just one example. There have been others. She's the highest example, but there, on average, I think we've had about 10 graduates. On average, they have about $15,000 that they're coming to the table with when they're going to look for homes. So it's impressive. And our commitment as commissioners are definitely to making sure that none of our families are displaced. And so while we talk about future developments, if any of you know Dr. Levitt, he holds our feet to the fire to make sure that there's attention to development and maximizing the assets that the authority might have, because in background, there was also a conversation with HUD about making sure the East Point, the housing authority is more self-sufficient, but we also have a commitment to make sure that we're serving our families. You were gonna ask another question.
So this is my last question, I promise. How long is the program that they have to stay on it? Is it, because I know you said one had been on it for 6 years. Is it they have to stay on it that long?
No, there are, at the beginning of the program, they establish goals for themselves. Typically, the minimum amount of time is about 2 years. We've had some graduate in 18 months.
Okay.
And if it's anywhere from 2 years to 5 years, but if they're not complete, if they haven't accomplished all of their goals in the 5 years, there are provisions in place where they can extend it so that they don't forfeit their escrow.
Okay, because I do think that I think that program would work, since it's possibility that they are gonna redo Montel homes. That would also help those who want to become homeowners to start now with the program. So when that time comes, they'll be able to purchase a home with down payment assistance.
Agreed, 100%.
Thank you.
Council.
Thanks for your presentation.
You're welcome.
Mr. Span. And I just want to say congratulations on Aya Tower.
Thank
It
you.
looks amazing. I live 2 blocks away, so it's great to see that property transformed. And I don't want to put you on the spot with this, but last year there were concerns that were even brought to council from some residents at Hillcrest, the original property, about the conditions there and some of the things that were going on. And I actually met with some of those people during the campaign last year. So I heard firsthand about some of those concerns. I won't go into all the details, but are you aware of those and how have those been addressed?
Thank you for that question. I'm very much aware of that. My phone was ringing probably that evening or the next day. I believe, I'm trying to think, there was a council person Councilmember Shropshire, who I think you might have been the one that called me, or yes. So I'm keenly aware of it. When I first learned of it, I called I reached out to the owner of the company who owns Dorchester Management, and he directed me to one of his vice presidents, which was I expected, but I wanted him to be aware of it as also. And so it was my understanding that there was a staffing shortage, which doesn't excuse the issue because they have multiple properties. And what we do is we share maintenance technicians if that's the case. I was given assurance that they would take care of it. I understand. So we've had a few follow-up discussions since that time. I understand that it's improved. I think there's still some opportunity for some more improvement, but yes, I am aware of it, and we're continuing to try to improve the process. One of the things that came out of that was there was a suggestion that perhaps there is not a resident association at either of the buildings, and the residents have every right to do that. So we had suggested that to one of the persons who was sharing some of the issues that they were concerned about. I have not followed up with that person, but I think after tonight, this little reminder I'll go back and share and find out, where they are and how they're doing. Because we don't want Hillcrest 2 to be, a duplication of Hillcrest 1 in that regard.
Thank you. That was my concern with the second property, because at the time these individuals expressed concern about the additional property as well. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Ziegler.
Thank you. And just a couple of last questions. Do you have a strategic plan that you can share with us?
Yes, we do. And I can get that to, I guess, the clerk. And she can pass that along. Absolutely.
Okay. And how long do you do your plans for?
This year, we did it for 2 years. We did it in 2022. I believe it was 22. So so it's with the ideas that it was 2 years, and then we would, potentially either go back and look and see if we need to,
Adjust.
change it up a little bit, or, can we just continue with what we have and see how much progress we're making? But yes, the answer is I can absolutely share that.
Okay, great. And since a lot of the properties are in Ward B, I know some of them are in Ward A, but if I could be included in communications and things, that would be great. And
Sure.
we can work together and figure some things out.
Okay, absolutely.
So thanks for your presentation. How many residents live at Martell Homes now?
Martell Homes, there are 180 families there. I
So-
take that back, Mayor. 150 at Martell and 35 at Hurd, the other property.
So 150 and I know this is just all tentative or just ideas, but you mentioned potentially building out or expanding Hurd Homes to about 70 units. That still will leave
Yes.
80
And so,
units of residents. Like, where would they be housed? Though they're our current residents in East Point, and we have a duty to them.
Right.
And so I understand development and growing and all of that, but we also need to make sure that people have the opportunity to stay and reside in our city, and that we're assisting them. So that's over 50% of people that could potentially be displaced. So what is the plan?
I don't think I explained it, Mayor, so
Okay.
I'm sorry. So we have two developments. We've got the Martell Home Site, which is on Norman Berry Drive, and that's 150 families there. And then we have the Hurt Home Site, which is across the street from Milner Park on Randall Street, and there's 35 families there. So the idea is we would, as families move out or as vacancies are created at Martell, we would move those families from Hurt into the Martell vacancies. Excuse me, we might even, our housing authority is fortunate to have, we're a housing choice voucher program administrator, and so we might even offer some of those families that heard a voucher to take to the private market. We would then, do our redevelopment at the Herd site, and then we would then take 70 families, I'm just saying 70 because maybe we double it, and we take those 70 families that are at Martell, move them into the new development at Herd, and then now we've got 70 vacancies, and then we would renovate those 70 units and maybe make those 100 units. And then we would take 70, because we would bifurcate the properties maybe into threes. So the first 10 acres, we would renovate that. We take our 75 families from that group, or 40 families, move them into the new development. We can take all of the other families and put them in, and then we could finish the development. So no one would be displaced. It would be more a matter of shifting from one, start with a small group, move them into Martell or give them a voucher, and then we would renovate that unit or, redevelop that site, and then we just start checkerboarding from there.
Or 80 residents will have an opportunity to live in the new development.
That's correct. That is
So it'd
correct.
be 70 and 80.
Right. And
Well,
so,
actually, no,
well,
it'd be
ultimately-
45, it'd be 35 because there's already 35 heard
right. So what we'll do is we would move the 35 back into the new development, and then another 35 out of there. So now we've got 70 spots that we would renovate those, on roughly probably maybe 10 acres. So build those out and maybe build 100 units. So the remaining families could all go into the new 100 units, and then we'd have the remaining property to do what we please.
Thank you for that clarification,
Sure.
because again, I will enjoy welcoming new people, but I can't get so excited about new people that we forget the people that are here. And we want all East Pointers to feel valued and a part of our community, and to have a development that could potentially make them feel like they're being displaced, or they would have to choose to go live in other neighborhoods. Just want to make sure we're really thinking about that. I know they are planning some renovations at the Low on Headland, and they even are engaging a relocation expert or consultant to kind of help with those things. And so as we plan, let's make sure we're being inclusive. And if people choose to move, that's one thing, but displacing anyone is not what we should be doing.
Absolutely.
No. You want
And this might be an opportunity for us because this is still very much a moving target and planning and everything else. And so it would be an opportunity for us to do outreach before we
Absolutely.
put, final, marks on anything, just to make sure that we're not creating any potential issues, and that the council, the office of the mayor, is supportive of how we're moving forward.
Thank you all so much. Been very busy. We're excited, and thank you for all that you're doing to ensure that we have a housing inventory within our city that is inclusive, and we have options for everyone. So we appreciate you, your valued partner, in ensuring that we continue to be able to have that level of housing diversity within our housing inventory in our city. So thank you for all that you're doing and leading the way and really being progressive. We appreciate you. And then the East Point Housing Authority nonprofit that you have. I know we've talked about legacy resident programs, and the East Point Housing Authority already has a nonprofit. And so is that still in place and intact?
Yes, it is. Yes, it
Okay.
is. And we'll be happy to partner in any way we can. And just for the council, the mayor's office has been a tremendous help to the housing authority. And I'm not trying to curry favor, it's the truth. And the office of the city manager has also been a tremendous help for the housing authority. And we appreciate, respect, and enjoy that relationship, and we're appreciative of that as well.
Well, you all are valuable partners, as indicated. So we appreciate you. And again, we want to make sure that we continue to have a diverse housing inventory in our city that provides housing to everyone regardless of income level, and making sure that we're building housing at all income levels. And you are our key partner in our low and moderate income housing. So thank you. And I know Aya Tower actually has a higher AMI than the other
That's correct.
area median income
60%.
than the other properties. And so we'll do what we can to continue to get the word out. It was posted on social media on March 22nd. So to Councilmember Shropshire's point, we probably need to post, increase that and put it other places and provide links so that people are aware of the opportunity within our city.
right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Next up is health equity funding opportunities from Megan Douglas from Morehouse School of Medicine. You can come forward.
Hello. Thank you so much, Mayor, City Council, for giving me a little bit of time today. Okay. I am really excited to be here today to talk about a few funding opportunities related to the health equity work that we've been doing in partnership with the city for the last over 2 years now. Before, this is our funding acknowledgement for the current. Before I talk about those funding opportunities, just wanted to provide a couple of updates on some of the ongoing activities that we have. We were here in January and talked to you about the Morehouse Healthcare East Point Clinic, primary care clinic opening up. That we have an open house scheduled for April 13th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Want to extend invitations to all of you to join us for the open house, and it's open to the general public. So welcome East Point residents, come see what services are being offered at the new clinic. And there will be, at that event, there will be health screenings, we have CPR training, some job opportunities, and DJ and some food trucks. We are also, sorry, last one. Yeah. We are also working and collaborating under the Healthy Point Initiative. So we have some upcoming events related to health equity and primary care coming up this Saturday. From 1:30 to 3, and then a Why Health Equity Matters educational session on April 24th, and one more, yep. And one last activity as part of the grant-funded project that we are partnering with East Point. We are trying to evaluate the impact of that work and understand whether we have been able to increase awareness of health equity and how policies can be used to advance health equity in the city. So we are conducting focus groups, and we have 3 focus group sessions that people can sign up to attend. One on April 4th, one on April 17th, and one on April 25th. Yep. So here today to talk about 2 funding opportunities. The first one is from the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. Some of you may remember, some of you may know that in the updated comprehensive plan that the city adopted last year, health equity was incorporated into the comprehensive plan, and in the equity statement cites the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation as the definition of health equity. So they do a lot of funding, a lot of grant work around health equity and building a culture of health. This is a unique opportunity that they offer that is not a grant. It is the Culture of Health Prize. So they are selecting cities, towns, communities who have adopted this culture of health for a prize. It is a $250,000 prize, and the city would have to apply to be considered for this prize. The application due date is June 3rd, and there are several different application formats, but some of the there can be 2 videos that are created, a 5-minute video and a 15-minute video. And we talked to our East Point Health Equity Community Advisory Board about this opportunity at our meeting with them last week. And if it is okay with you, I wanted to invite Mark Mooney here, representing the Community Advisory Board, to give a little bit of their insights from that discussion.
Thank you, Megan. Hello, City Council. Mark Mooney is my name, representative. I got these pieces in my mouth, so I'm adjusting to talking with them. So with the Advancing Health Equity Community Advisory Board, as Megan spoke about. So we meet monthly, and so this past Thursday evening, we as a board would like to offer our support with the city completing and developing the application for this Robert Wood Johnson Foundation Cultural Health Prize application, such as developing assistance with developing the videos, provide guidance if awarded with directions in which the funds should go. We find that this would be just a great asset for the city to continue its work that we're already doing with Advancing Health Equity in the city of East Point, along with the Healthy Point Initiative. City Agricultural Plan is just showing, be able to continue to provide evidence and our commitment to residents of our commitment to health equity, improving lives all over. So the ask that I have today to the City Council is to submit the application for the Cultural of Health and commit the resources needed to the grants, the communications, and Office of Equity and Inclusion Empowerment departments to submit the work, this application. And we are, as the advisory board, here to offer our services to continue this work. Thank you.
And the second funding opportunity is another opportunity from the United States Department of Health and Human Services, Office of Minority Health. That is the same agency that is funding our current Advancing Health Equity partnership with East Point. This funding opportunity is for 36 months of funding plus an option for an additional 12 months that would focus on sustainability. The funding level for this opportunity is $475,000 to $600,000 per year. And the estimated project start date is August 1st. The application is due May 15th. And next, I'm going to give you a little bit more background. This would be a grant that Morehouse School of Medicine would be applying for. And what I'm asking today is for your approval to partner with us again in this application, and that would also require providing a letter of commitment for the application itself. The Office of Minority Health is looking to fund projects to demonstrate that community-level innovations that reduce barriers related to social determinants of health can increase use of preventive health services and make progress toward leading health indicator targets. So I'm gonna break that down just a little bit. Social determinants of health are, we've been talking about those a lot with regard to those are non-medical factors that impact people's health. So we're talking about housing and education and access to healthcare, health insurance, access to healthy foods. Next slide. And leading health indicators are some health factors that the federal government has included in Healthy People 2030. And they have a number of different leading health indicators. This slide just provides a list of some of those. So we're talking about some that are healthcare related, so use of the oral healthcare system. But we're also talking about some of those health indicators that are related to social determinants of health. So household food insecurity and hunger, medical insurance, exposure to unhealthy air. And a couple of examples that the federal funding agency provided in the Notice of Funding Opportunity of community level innovations. Community health worker program, where community health workers are helping people navigate healthcare services, identifying risk for diabetes screening, and then connecting them to care. Where adolescents receive weight management guidance and education to decrease adolescent obesity rates. And then a third example where community-based organizations create a network of support services that connect individuals to things like housing or transportation that ultimately improve their ability to access health care and improve their health. Next slide. And the performance goals and outcomes are to build or maintain a sustainable collaborative network, implement community level innovations that impact up to 2 of those leading health indicators, evaluate the project processes and outcomes, and share information about the project and its findings with the public. The alignment really with the current work that we're doing, and this is, I think, what we've been doing and really what East Point was doing long before our current partnership, provides a really strong foundation for a competitive proposal for this grant funding. So I'm asking again for support from council to provide a letter of commitment in Morehouse School of Medicine's application due May 15th. And happy to take questions. And if you have questions about the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, Mark can join me too.
Thank you so much for sharing these opportunities and your presentation. Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. My question is, I see the presentation. I'm just trying to figure out, if you are awarded these funds, how does that translate to the residents, those people, let's just say, I'm a diabetic patient that comes in and I can't afford my medication. Is that money used to help pay for the medication or?
Sure.
Services?
So thank you for that question. The grant funding cannot go to pay for healthcare services directly. It can go to pay for support services. So what we're envisioning right now, and got some feedback from our community advisory board in the last meeting and talking to a lot of different partners, but establishing a community level kind of hub of services that individuals can, and this would involve collaboration with a lot of organizations that already have a presence in East Point and are doing this kind of work, but helping people navigate when they do have a housing need or unable to access healthy food, help them navigate the social services side of the system to get those services. If they're eligible for different benefits, making sure that they're actually receiving those benefits. So again, navigating that system, and then making sure that there is a feedback loop from the individual needs that people are experiencing to the system level, community level, policy level changes that can actually prevent those needs from occurring in the first place.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I'm good. So if I'm a diabetic, I'm in need of medication, I can't afford the medication, you won't provide medication, but you can direct me to somebody.
So we would have individuals that could identify, medication payment programs where they can get reduced costs. So we would be addressing that individual need, and also screening them for other needs. Like oftentimes they're not just going to have, I can't afford my medication. They may also need support with housing or food or access to medical
But you don't provide
care.
any of that. You would, if I needed assistance with housing, it doesn't.
We would navigate to the service. So we would have partners that can provide those services that would be part of this network.
Okay, so if you, okay, because I'm confused. If you're awarded the money, then what are you doing with the money?
So the money would go towards creating the actual hub. I mean, having the staff and people trained. So we would have community health workers working as part of that. We would have partnerships, established partnerships with the organizations that would be identifying, referring, and providing those services. So how they are utilizing those funds to actually provide the services that are needed, that may be, something that they're able to do with those funds. But this would then also include the data collection that's needed and evaluating. It's a very similar model to what we are doing in the current project, and I can share with you some of the outcomes that we've had for that. But
Okay, all right, thank you. I yield.
Councilmember Freely.
Thanks for your presentation. On the HHS opportunity, I take it that it's generally about social determinants of health broadly. But so what are the sort of criteria that would make our application sort of particularly relevant or competitive? And what are you proposing examples of what is in place in East Point? Are you proposing examples of what you might do with the funding based on existing initiatives?
sure. So
If my question doesn't make sense, say.
I may not answer the second part as clearly as you're asking, but the first part of your question about we know that there are a lot of health inequities in East Point, and we have, as part of the current project, we applied on behalf of the city to be added to the city health dashboard, which provides a lot of that data on rates of diabetes and hypertension, and life expectancy, a lot of those outcomes. So we have that ability to kind of see what the inequities are in the city. We also have a lot of other data points. Our community advisory board has developed a community asset map, which identifies different service providers. So some of the providers who would be able to directly provide those services, in addition to, neighborhood associations and healthcare organizations. So it's a very comprehensive community asset map that would be a tool to identify resources for people. What we're anticipating right now for the proposal itself, the federal government has said that services, the network has to be established and services started within the first 6 months of the project. So I think we have learned a lot about the system and the network here in East Point and inequities, and we would be leveraging our what we have learned and created over the last 2, almost 3 years now to position, that the city can build on that. I think what the model is, we would still want to build in some community engagement into that first 6 months to make sure that it is a model that East Point, residents want and is going to actually work and has the right partnerships and people in place.
And just one last question. There was mention of community health workers. I know in my work, that's a very specific thing in global settings, but are these people that are affiliated with Morehouse School of Medicine as sort of, just community level healthcare workers, or can you describe a little bit more about what that is?
Sure. And so community health worker, we are using the term as defined in public health spaces. We actually hired a community health worker for the current project after year 1 because we recognized that we needed to have that position as part of the health equity work to be able to go into the community, build the relationships. Our community health worker, Zakaya, who's usually here, she's actually in Alabama today for a presentation on this project tomorrow at UAB. But she's a longtime resident of East Point. So she's been serving in the community health worker role for this project for 2 years. Morehouse Healthcare has community health workers that are part of the system. Southside Medical has community health workers. We imagine that and anecdotally know that community-based organizations that serve East Point also have community health workers. So I think that is one of the assets that we want to be able to cultivate for this, is to bring those community health workers together in a collaborative way to support each other, right? They often right now are working in silos for each of their organizations. This is a way that they can share resources. I spoke with this, food service organization yesterday. They don't have capacity today, so maybe we, should navigate people over to this organization. But really, that collective capacity building at the community level is where we think the community health workers would be working. Also, we incorporated community health worker training into our current budget for year 3, and I am pleased to say we incorporated training for 2 East Point city staff, and we have one that is with the Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Empowerment. She has started the training, and then we had a request from a member of the East Point Police Department to participate in the training, which to my knowledge is the first law enforcement that would be trained as a community health worker through this program. So I think that was really exciting to be thinking about the way that East Point staff can be trained as community health workers and what that could bring to the work that they're doing every day.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I do have a question in regards to providing the residents with service and where they can go to get that service. Will it be guaranteed that if an East Point resident call and need assistance with their medication, will it be guaranteed that they can provide them with that service that they need, providing them with help with their medication, food, because I know the city provides food every Wednesday, as well as New Grant Church on Thursday. So how can all of that play? Because I know when people call different places, they're not getting the service that they need.
Right.
So how can we guarantee that if it's an East Point resident, they are provided with the help that they need?
Right. So I am a lawyer, so it's very, very hard for me to say we can guarantee that someone, is going to get the services. What I can say is we can guarantee that we are going to have a system in place that, and the communication aspect is we're very aware of barriers to communication, and with even within the city, and really have worked on trying to promote in lots of different avenues. And so I think identifying that and guaranteeing that we would have a system in place to be able to answer that call, to be able to identify resources. And I think the example that you gave, even with multiple different opportunities for food within the community, really being able to bring all of that together. So and that's part of making sure the right people are involved, so we know all of those things. We have that in a screening and right at the fingertips of the community health workers, so that they're providing the most up-to-date information. They're able to say, this is happening today, this is happening, next week, or maybe you're eligible for like food as medicine program with one of our other partners that's involved. So I think that's where we can guarantee more is, being able to bring all of those partners together and have a system in place that is responsive.
Go ahead.
And let me just say this, also, will it provide assistance to, like, for our seniors who need help with filling out paperwork, documents. Let's say if they wanted to apply, need some assistance
Yeah.
with SNAP, will
Absolutely.
that help them apply for that? Or they can come and somebody can help them?
So I think that we still have to make decisions around and decisions informed by council and the community about the scope of services that would be provided. And I think, assuming that what we're talking about is within the scope and kind of capacity to deal with, the navigation of those is absolutely a part. And that's where oftentimes these social needs screening and referrals fall apart, right? You can refer someone, but if they don't, are unable to get access or they make a phone call, they didn't get a hold of anyone, or they don't have transportation there, or they aren't familiar with the paperwork, like those are all where the community health worker would be able to come in and support people. And that's the goal, is to make sure it's not just a referral to something else, that it is supported, that we're closing the loop. Did you actually receive the services? Did they help? What else can we do?
It means that even if the social worker, health worker have to visit their home, then they would go.
Yes,
Thank you.
we would be intentional about making sure that we're meeting people where they are.
Councilmember Butler.
Thank you. How you doing?
Doing good.
Good
How
to
are you?
see you, Ms. Douglas. There are a couple of questions that I'd like to ask. One of the things that came out of the constituent meeting with Senator Ossoff is the fact that seniors are having a hard time navigating re-enrolling into Medicaid. As part of the services that you offer, will you be able to do that?
For supporting people yes. So I think that would be part of, and again, assuming that seniors, that's a population of focus, but screening for people's insurance and what programs they might be eligible for would be.
Let me refine the question a little bit. That may help you answer.
Okay.
So it's brought to our attention that in order to re-enroll, and if you go on the website, some people may not have access to a website to do that. When you try to make the phone call, it sends you through a whole maze of prompts, and you never talk to anyone. Will you guys be able to help people in that way?
Yes.
Can I answer? So
Sure.
this, what Megan is speaking of, this hub, what Megan is speaking of, it's, I don't know if you all are familiar with like social navigation hub, platforms. And these platforms were developed, which are required by the Federal Qualified Health Centers now, that they assess their patients' social determinants of health to assist them to those social needs, like what you mentioned in terms of insurance, food, housing, et cetera. And so this platform, the social navigation platform that we're trying to build, or would like to build with these funds, will eventually be housed here in the city of East Point as a sustainability of this project. And so these social navigation platforms, they provide, I mean, as Megan spoke to, the community assets that have been identified from the project that we're working on, and other community assets that we will be able to provide outside in the metro area. For an example, to direct a senior to assist with assistance on completing the paperwork, identifying, answering the questions of the different plans, what have you. But the community health worker, case manager, or patient navigator, however you want to call them, or whatever you want to call them, they will walk through and stay with that person until the end. We will collect data in terms of where they are in the process, find out if they haven't gotten their issue resolved, follow up with that individual person to get the issue resolved. So yeah, that's the idea. That's the objective of this project, is what we're trying to do.
And my final question is, I have recently met with Dr. Rice, and I understand there's a comprehensive study that was done regarding healthcare and the needs. Is some of the data that you collect, does it go to that study? Or because of
Say the
this,
question again.
the data in which you've collected with your community input, does that go into the study or the study that I experienced, or is that a different study?
To my knowledge, it's a different study. We do coordinate, some of what the larger institution is doing with what we're doing here in East Point, but we've been collecting data related to the social determinants of health and health equity specifically for this project.
The second part to that then, what she shared with me is that a couple of things. The most urgent thing is that according to zip codes, 30344 is in dire need of a hospital, along with another zip code too. With this additional funding, will you guys be able to help us advocate for our hospital, or is that outside of your scope of services?
That would likely be outside of the scope of this funding opportunity. The federal funds prevent us from doing certain things, especially when it comes to advocacy and lobbying. But I would say that the issue of hospital services and healthcare access in East Point has been an issue that has continued to come up throughout this project. And we have been focusing on that from, the community conversations and informing, what opportunities there are for the community to say, this is what we'd like to see, and this is what we need.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for your work. I see another Health Equity Advisory Board member in the back, Gloria Jenkins.
Yes.
I don't think there are any others, but I do appreciate all of the time that you all volunteer and put into this very important work. Thank you to Megan in choosing to focus the funding that Morehouse School of Medicine receives on the city of East Point. Our residents are being positively impacted by, and we greatly appreciate it. And so there's two asks. One is for a motion to apply for the city of East Point to apply for the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation Culture of Health Prize with the assistance of the East Point Health Equity Community Advisory Board. And then the second is for a letter of commitment from the city of East Point for Morehouse School of Medicine's application for the Office of Minority Health grant opportunity. Councilmember Butler.
And the Mayor, I would like to make the motion that East Point applies for the Robert Wood Grant, as stated before.
Second.
Been moved and properly seconded that the city apply for the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation Culture of Health grant application with the assistance of East Point Health Equity Community Advisory Board. Is that a part of your motion to Councilman Butler?
So moved, Madam Mayor.
And your second stands?
Yes.
Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Next is for the request for a letter of commitment for Morehouse School of Medicine's grant application to the Office of Minority Health for the grant opportunity. Councilmember.
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you again so much for being here and for all that you all are doing to help dismantle health inequities in our community from a holistic approach, really looking at root causes through the social determinants of health. We appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Next up is presentation on 30, 60, 90-day plan on litter pickup and illegal dumping cleanup. Councilmember Ziegler.
I make a motion to open up the floor for discussion on 30, 60, 90. Oh, I don't. Oh, sorry. Just what? Oh, I'm going to withdraw that motion. And we're going to have Director Jeffrey Reeves do a presentation on the 30, 60, 90-day plan of litter pickup and illegal dumping.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. How are you doing this evening? Today I have with me also is our landscape manager, Mr. Antonio Kellogg, which is his first time ever up here, I believe. Yes, sir. So today we want to do a presentation on where we are with creating a litter and illegal dumping program in the city of East Point. What we have today is a few slides and some information on the presentation that will be putting together along with our team and Councilman Ziegler to have a program that we will be marketing in the city of East Point on our websites and our social medias as well. So today we want to get started. It's our East Point 30, 60, 90-day litter patrol. One of the things that we want to do is to have a mission. Our mission was to inspire people to take action every day to improve and beautify the community and environment. The vision and goal is to have every community in East Point be acknowledged as a clean, green, and beautiful place to live. Focus will be to ending littering, illegal dumping, and to beautify East Point communities. What is litter? According to Keep America Beautiful Inc., litter is a misplaced solid waste. Litter includes paper, cigarette butts, illegal signs, abandoned cars, old tires, furniture, appliances, and other items that are not disposed of properly. Then there's some information about the state of Georgia, how it costs them millions to clean it up. Why do people litter? It's been documented that people litter for one of three reasons: where litter has already accumulated, where someone else has cleaned up after them, and where they feel no sense of ownership for the property. Where does litter come from? Motorists, pedestrians, uncovered vehicles, household trash handling, construction and demolition sites, commercial refuge. You see a picture that I have. There's an actual picture that I took driving down Washington Road last week, where there was a waste collection truck driving down the street. And it's in the area where we come down Washington Road, and we always wonder where a lot of trash and bags like that, someone just threw them out. As you see the close-up picture there, right where it says "Do not enter," you can see there's a hole where the tarp is supposed to be. And so what we finding, and there's a lot of trucks coming into East Point to our transfer station, and they're just losing trash as they travel down the streets. Litter is more than just a blight on our landscape. Litter is costly to clean up and impacts our quality of life and our economic development, and eventually ends up in our streams, rivers, and our lakes. Our commitment is to assist in preventing littering with the goal of reducing litter in East Point. How can we address this littering? East Point staff working together with routine and scheduled litter patrols, annual weekend buffer cleaning, partnership with corporate and community organizations. And I mentioned Keep East Point Beautiful as a program because it was here at East Point. I think the national is still a program nationally. We would like to reach out again and maybe get that program back in East Point. Community cleanups, court order community service program, and unhoused work programs. Cigarette litter preventing program. Cigarette butts, once they're flicked out into the streets, sidewalks, and everywhere, then the cigarettes, other than their cigarette receptacles, the wind and rain carries the cigarette butts into streams, rivers, and lakes. The cigarettes are toxic chemicals that migrate out into our aquatic life and threatens our water quality and many aquatic organisms. Cigarette butts may seem small, but with billions of butts littered each year, the toxic chemicals add up. And you see that all the time on the streets. We was talking to some staff today. We do have some cigarette receptacles around the area, and that's something that we will be looking at improving in those areas where we know people migrated. What is illegal dumping? Illegal dumping is the improper disposal of large quantities of waste. Illegal dumping. When you think about illegal dumping, we first must identify what challenges we do have to address. Like most municipalities, we endure challenges not keeping the community safe from hazards of illegal dumping. Therefore, the objective is to keep environments safe from hazardous waste and debris that carries diseases from rats and mosquitoes. This is a challenge in so many ways. The citizens pollute their own communities either by lack of knowledge, lack of care, or find it more profitable to do it anyway. The disposal of waste can be expensive for most people, especially large items such as appliances and construction debris, because we must encounter local taxpayer violating. This also creates challenges that we make it harder to legislate tougher fines and enforce laws already in place. However, the community still needs to have clean water and not live with the risk of hazards illegal dumping causes. Why is illegal dumping a problem? Health risks. Areas used for illegal dumping may be accessible to people, especially children and pets who are vulnerable to physical protruding nails or sharp objects or chemicals. They increase rodents and insects, potentials for dump site fires, contamination of wells and surface water, areas more susceptible to flooding when dump waste blocks creeks, culverts, and drainage basins. Nature of illegal problem, illegal dumping, waste unpermitted areas known as open dumping. Illegal dump waste are primary non-hazardous materials that are dumped to avoid disposal fees or the time and effort required for proper disposal. Although fines are hard to impose, the alternative is making the whole community pay the cost to clean up. Fines are an important function of a successful illegal dumping program, but only if the laws are enforced. A successful legal dumping program must include many departments working together: education, legislation, staff resources and tools, and then enforcement. Just a few pictures that we have. Some of them are local. It's okay, you go. Utilizing available resources, signage, lighting, surveillance cameras, police patrols, police patrol tracking, that is an error, operating budget, private partnership, and possible grants. The success of a program with the implementation of good illegal dumping program, the City of East Point will be able to encourage new businesses to the community, enhance the growth of new housing development. The community will have a better feeling about the progress they see in East Point. East Point will have a community that will show growth, and growth will lead to more. Councilman Ziegler brought this to us in February, a 30, 60, 90-day program. We sat down and discussed some of the things, objectives that we wanted to have in this program. She allowed me to go ahead and try to put some things together. Along with her and some discussions, we have some other things that we will be adding to the program, as well as coming back and having a more definitive program for council to vote on, so we can put in the books that will carry that. Some of the things we've done, got the departments together. These departments have discussed where we are, and we're right now in our phase of coordinating some of the processes to get some more signage, some type of slogan we want to use, the marketing part of it, and the social media output. Team concepts. We have various departments in the City of East Point that are participating. Some of the departments still haven't provided me some things, but we're still waiting for that. Code enforcement, issuing citations, identifying violations, East Point Police, camera tracking, and then solid waste, illegal dumping, citation issuance, East Point Power, tree division, clearing foliage from dumping areas, park and recreation, litter patrol, grass cutting, public works, litter patrol, grass cutting, signage, water and sewer, stormwater, creek buffer, street sweeping, communication, marketing, and social media. IT, GIS mapping of illegal dumping areas, locations for camera tracking, and our landscaping contracts, we will use them as grass cutting and litter patrol. Just some of the signage that we already have around the city, we'll be adding to that. One of the things where we are right now, all the way out. So with our litter patrol, public works, we're already in the process of implementing our process of of litter patrol around the city day to day. We're trying to make sure we get on top of it. Some of the dumping areas that we have, as you see at the bottom, there's some legal dumping sites that we've identified. Those areas will be monitored. Hopefully, we can just monitor them. There won't be any dumping, but we should be able, once we stay on top of a routine, we should be able to address those issues a lot more frequently. As well as having our vendor to do litter pickups in the Camp Creek Marketplace area. Our staff, with some of the issues that we had our staff go out in the bushes up on the slopes from 285 to on Camp Creek to the city limits and clean the debris and stuff out of the bushes. And routinely, they're going out there 3 times a week in the areas that we're actually responsible for doing our maintenance and cleaning. I did reach out to the CID who assists with the Camp Creek area and Virginia Avenue area. They have our schedule as well, how we work in that Camp Creek Marketplace area. Yes, ma'am. If they have any questions, we're good. You just leave it there. In case they ask them about the funding. Okay, put that last one back up. Yeah. Mhm. Please leave it there. I'll provide it. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Okay, Mayor, Council. That's it.
All right, thank you for your presentation, Councilmember Ziegler.
Good evening. Thank you so much for your presentation. Question, do you, I think this is something that everyone's kind of eager to see. Do you have a schedule for litter pickup?
For litter patrol? Yes, ma'am, we do that. That's the schedule we have posted, the schedule here. Sorry. And then also, Councilmember Ziegler, some of the things that we discussed today, I want to talk about, utilizing, we've been in conversation and we provided the information needed to our courts for community service cleanup. So they soon will start having someone coming out with us with our community service cleaning. We're identifying right now, we had some funds that we had to purchase a pickup truck, but we're looking at getting a passenger van so we'll be able to transport the folks who've been doing community service, as well as we've had our budget review and we're adding new positions that would just be for litter patrol year round that will assist us in our litter pickup program so we can make sure that we address these issues and try to meet the needs of the city and make sure that we stay on top of things.
Thank you. And, I think that this is, a really good start with like the main thoroughfares and stuff. What about do you have any ideas about expanding this to really kind of do in all the city streets, even something like having people follow the sanitation trucks or something and pick up litter as they go or something like that?
Litter from the sanitation trucks?
I mean, well, not just from the sanitation trucks, but
from when people put out the trash cans.
Or, I mean, the thing is that the residential streets as well. There's a lot of litter in the residential areas too, just an idea would be, that you can have somebody follow the sanitation truck, and that way it will get done like once a week.
Yes, ma'am. That is something that we will be addressing, and I think we talked about that before. We were hoping that, well, yes, ma'am, we will follow on that. One of the other things, and I think you and I had talked about, which is a good idea, is trying to identify some areas that we may have to go out to and maybe do some sidewalk cleaning in some of our high volume areas, just to make sure that we keep those areas that we have a lot of visitors in as well. Make sure we get those areas clean as well. A lot of times we do get our See-Click Fix. I mean, those are all things that will be added to our marketing program. If you see something, tell us, and See-Click Fix, we do get where people have littered extensively in some of our residential neighborhoods that are outside of our thoroughfares that we address.
Okay. And is this, is this being implemented right now, or is this something that we're kind of thinking about doing in the future with the schedule in front of us?
We're already working. He already has staff out on a day-to-day basis. Every day we're going somewhere differently. We also working with sanitation. I know sanitation as a code enforcement officer. He was assigned to work with us as a team, so he's working with us as well. So we already have some locations that we got on an email the other day. Vesta, which was an area that we actually didn't have, had been a problem previously, but it had been cleaned up. So it's back again. So those are some areas that we're also going to be looking at getting signage up because we don't have the signage out there. Also, with the private property owners there, contacting them. We'll do the cleanup, but we're also going to be contacting the private property owners to see if we can get them or force them to do something like putting up a fence area to keep people from dumping out there, so our staff doesn't have to take the unsafe route going down into some drainage ditches to try to pull out mattresses and couches and things of that sort, because machinery is hard to get down there.
Okay, and what would be your biggest obstacle in accomplishing this this plan?
I don't see a real big obstacle. I just think that once we get our staffing in order, and we have to create a stronger staff, and that's what we're working on. I think once we get all those things in place and we start the monitoring with our camera system and our violations that we start issuing, I think we should be seeing some reduction in what we're having to do. Along with you, I saw you had sent me something today. I as well have been looking at different communities and seeing what they're doing in reference to their programs, and then also reading the comments on how successful those programs have been. Nobody has a 100% success program, but they do see a reduction in littering and dumping based on some of the things, strategies they're using.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Thank you, and thank you so much for your presentation. I have a couple of questions, but I'm gonna pause. Can we go up with the litter pickup?
Go up.
Because I see one street on here, the Washington Road, number 9, of course needs to be on there, but I don't see Ben Hill Road. Okay, I see Ben Hill Road, Welcome All Road, but there's also another road. It's just the corner of Old Fairburn. The corner of Old Fairburn and Camp Creek. Isn't that part of East Point? That possibly needs to be on this list as well. And also Yates Road. It's one house on Yates Road that is in the city of East Point, and they get litter all of the time.
Yes, Yates Road is one of our spots that we actually cut and keep that area cut.
All right,
Yes, ma'am.
so what I was expecting.
But thank you.
Yes, what I was expecting to see with the 30, 60, 90-day plan was a timeline. It was a really good presentation, but to me, it really didn't say our objectives for the first 30 days are to look at the list of constant areas that are being dumped in and how do we tackle that. It didn't, the plan, that is what I was expecting to see. What were the goals? What was going to be measured within that plan? And what can we expect in the next 60 days? So Mr. City Manager, I don't know how to make the ask of council, but I do think that this needs to come back with a foolproof plan of how we're going to address litter. And, you know, like the first 30 days, okay, we galvanize residents, or we look into a program like Georgia Works that specializes in litter pickup, and they'll hit these following areas. I mean, this looks, I see the 30-day, the 60-day, but what are our timelines on the deliverables and how is it going to be carried out? It's just saying, pardon me, organize various departments, like which department? I know there was a mention of the sanitation department, but they're with the enterprise fund. If we include the sanitation department, does that take away our quality of services for our residents that are paying into having their garbage collected? That isn't, I mean, they can work. And I think what to my colleague was saying, my number 4 was, I guess she was trying to say that departments should work in conjunction with each other. So the first 30 days, what departments are going to work in conjunction? Then after that 30 days, what are we going to see in 60 days? Like, this is broad and it is general, and East Point has a litter problem that we need to have deliverables and timelines as to how we are going to attack. You know, when is the litter pickup schedule? Are they going out, and who's going out? How often? How many people? You know, I sent a good program that was happening down in Athens and Clark County, where the litter, what they are doing for litter is a top-down approach, even to the residents being able to report car tags that are littering and that are also dumping. So I expected to see a full-on program of what are our goals for littering? How are we going to attack? And then what is the ongoing plan for littering? You also talked about monitoring the areas. I was provided a list of hotspot areas that are constantly dumped in. I think at this juncture, they need to be barricaded. We know that these are hotspot areas. People are going to dump. You know, what is the constant, or what is the, who's going to go there and check that it's no litter there? It's one street in East Point. I cannot remember the name, but it's a known dumping site. People go back there, they dump all the time. So why are we using our resources? We can use our resources to monitor, but now that we know that these are known dumping areas, what else can be done to block off those areas? I think that's pretty much it. That's what I have, but I don't know what my ask is tonight. I'll ask council to help me, but I think we need to see a more conscious plan of what is it we're going to see in 30 days? What is it, and how is that being measured? You know, Georgia Works, that's all they do is pick up litter. They go out, they pick up litter. That is what they do. How is this being measured? We see 30 days, this department, that department. Who is going to be doing what specifically? So I don't know if my ask is to have the city manager come up with a more comprehensive plan as to how we are going to clean up our city, you know, and then to the signage. So in 60 days, we'll have new signs geared toward litter. Then we'll educate the community on litter, but this is just a broad range plan, and I'd like to see a more conscious, goal-oriented plan that can be measured, that we can see.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I do have a question. When you mentioned having someone follow behind the sanitation truck, first of all, if trash is blowing from the sanitation truck, then that means that whoever trash they picked up did not containerize their trash in a bag. So education is part of the program. And every resident has to containerize their trash in a bag. They can't put their loose trash in trash cans. And if they do, then sanitation needs to report that, because that is a violation. All trash have to be containerized in a bag. It can't be loose. So that's the first step. So if trash is blowing from the sanitation truck, and I know that they pick it up because I've seen them pick the trash up. But if they get a trash that's not in a bag, then that needs to be reported. And I think that will also help for as trash blowing from the sanitation truck. Secondly, education is the piece, and we do have to educate people about litter. We know everywhere you go, there's litter, there's trash everywhere. But I think education and holding some of these business owners accountable, like the Wayfield Plaza, holding them accountable to make sure that that parking lot is cleaned up so the trash don't blow over into the water treatment center. So holding these business owners accountable, which will also help as well as cameras in the areas where there are known dumping sites. Those things would help as well to move the city forward and keeping it clean. I don't think that putting it all off on staff when And I know men of intelligence clean up 166 every Saturday, pretty much. And within an hour, it's dirty because people just sit at the red light and throw trash out, like the water boys, leave the water bottles everywhere. So to me, to try to put it all as if it's staff fault, it's really not. It's educating people about litter. People don't care. I literally sat in my car and watched people eat chicken at the Pizza Hut place and just throw the bones out the window as if it's nothing. And I almost want to say, hey, don't do that, but I'm not finna. That ain't my lane. I'm not finna do it. But it's education, and it's just everybody working together. That's what it's gonna take. And that's just my say.
Councilmember Butler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, could you put your presentation back up for us too? Their slideshow. There are two things I wanted to make a note of, please. Thank you, Mr. Reed. We could go back to that slide first, and then I'll come to my second point. One of the things I think that was I think you guys did a good job. I think it was very thoughtful. I'd like to thank my council colleague, Ms. Ziegler, for initiating this. Some of the things that I have seen happen, and why this teamwork is important, because it is a team effort. One of the things that I can attest to is the police department has put a camera on Panoma Circle, where it's a known dumping site. So now that people are not dumping there. The same thing also happened on Staten Road, where people were dumping. So that's part of the collaboration in working together to fight litter. The next thing I would like to address in your presentation, and I thought was very thoughtful too, if you can go to the part of your presentation where you have the days, the amount of money that it cost. I think that's on your spreadsheet. The reason why this is important is because, could you scroll down to the bottom so we can look at the totals? Giving us these totals, these numbers, that's fine. It shows how this is going to affect our budget with this increased plan. I did recognize your 30, 60, and 90-day plan, where your 30-day plan, you're basically trying to organize this team so you could tackle this initiative together. Moving into your 60-day part of that plan, which involves education, because I want to share the sentiment of my colleague, Ms. Swapshire, that it is going to take an educational component to fight this problem. I'll share this anecdote and then I'll yield. A council colleague in the city of Atlanta who was elected around the same time I was, Ms. Overstreet, one of her chief complaints was that she and her residents always thought that the city of Atlanta put more resources on the north side of town in terms of labor abatement instead of the south side. Once she got in office and she saw the budget, she realized the same amount of money that was going in the north side was going in the south side. So it's not a resource issue. Major part of that issue, there are two parts. It's an education issue. Like my colleague, I've been at Camp Creek and Washington Road, and I have seen people on several occasions throw litter outside of their car. sometimes, Councilman Shasha, I do get a little brave and I blow the horn, but then there's sometimes when I think twice about that too, because there's going to have to be an education component in this as we try to fight this litter. Uh, and so I applaud the effort, the amount of money that it's going to take to go into our budget so that we can be conscious about what it's going to take, and the teamwork that it's going to take to make these things happen, and the things that you have already done in conjunction with the police department. The final thing I want to add to that too, when you use Keep on East Point Beautiful or the Men of Intelligence, that's what subsidizes the north side how clean up as a part to the south side, because they do have organizations like that kind of subsidize and kind of do extra work. Part of your plan is to engage those people, and I think that's a thoughtful part too. If we can figure out how we get these nonprofits involved where they can bring in additional resources and don't tax our budget to help keep those areas clean. Currently, we use the CID, we use the Men of Intelligence, but we have to continue those efforts too. So I thought your plan was well thought out. You brought up some parts that we did not consider, and I think it's a good job. So I look forward to your execution.
And Council, just a response to you, Councilman Martin, with collaboration with Chief Buchanan at the Pomona and Cumberland, installed that temporary camera until we get another one, until they get a permanent camera in the area. But we're also looking at, since you brought budget up and things of that sort, Councilmember Ziegler mentioned, we talked about it today, about we just may have, with something of this extent, we're looking at probably doing a project manager, getting someone that comes in that can do a lot of the collaboration and reach out to the other organizations that do it for free, the other organizations that provide services, and also the monitoring and make sure that we're able to capture what we're spending, so we can have it as a budgetary thing when we do it, to see where we are in comparison to where we're going.
Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. And I'm just going to kind of echo some of the sentiments of my colleagues here. And I know we talk about, staff. We want to. It's not just staff's job and responsibility as well. Like I say, it's going to take an education component of this to make sure that everyone is aware and they're conscious of just the littering in the community. Maybe a suggestion that I'm thinking about is maybe a East Point clean or East Point beautification maybe the first Saturday every 3 months. We just do everybody in the community gets out and they clean up, pick up trash. I mean, because I know there's trash when the trash collectors, they come and they collect the trash, and there may be some paper that may have fallen out. It's in my yard, it's in front of my house. I go and I pick it up and I put it in the trash can. I understand that all of the trash should be contained, but sometimes it gets out, but it doesn't kill me. And I don't expect anyone to, in addition, to come out and, come and pick the trash up. I mean, it's a collaborative effort. It's my community. I mean, I take pride in it. If I do see some paper that's like on my street, I don't have a problem if I'm walking, I'll pick it up. Normally I'll carry a Kroger bag. I don't have a problem going up to Sykes Park if I'm up there sometimes. If I see trash around the trash can, I'll pick it up. So I think maybe that would be a clean initiative or something. If we can kind of do a East Point clean day, maybe every 3 months on a Saturday, just everybody gets out, all wards, A, B, C, and D, and we just do a community cleanup day. I think it's it brings about community pride. It helps to soften the blow for what staff has to do. I mean, because I think for what it is that you are tasked with. I mean, you're doing we're working with what it is that we have. I mean, you can come down the street and you can clean everything up, and then just like you said, somebody will come and they'll toss out a box of chicken wings or something, and somebody comes by, they see, oh, it's nasty here in East Point again. So it's not like you guys aren't doing the job. And like I said, people have to be made aware. They need to be educated about, litter in the community. So I know I'd suggested before, putting additional trash receptacles around in certain areas on certain streets, areas that are heavily traveled, that makes people tend to, just want to kind of toss trash out, whatever. So I think one of the biggest things that we could work on, possibly a East Point Clean Day, once every 3 or 4 months or something. I think that would kind of help with what it is that we're trying to do with the efforts. I yield, Madam Mayor.
So, thank you, Councilmember Ziegler. So yes, this is a collaborative effort, but Public Works is funded in the general fund from property tax dollars. There has been unanimous support of previous councils, this council, around cleaning our city. We were promised that the gateways would be clean. They're not. I literally have driven behind, and I'll say it was one occasion, I won't act like it's often, but I've been behind Public Works trucks who drive on Main Street and pass litter on the right-hand side, which is our part of the road, and keep moving. Or with mowing equipment on the back and weeds are extremely high and keep going. High weeds at City Hall, I never forget, at least twice. It was actually a 4th of July event. I just so happened to come early. And literally the height of the weeds was so embarrassing. And the thousands of people were about to come to our city. I walked up to City Hall through the ground floor. And yeah, they had cut the grass, but there was literally grass shavings on the sidewalk like rose petals, all the way almost up to the parking lot. I took a picture and sent it because I'm like, I didn't see any staff around. So while, yes, work is being done, we cannot act like there's not room for improvement. It is not council's role to really say what should be happening, all details operationally, but I think what you hear is this has been happening for a long time. It's not something new. What was shared tonight is aspirational, but not actionable. Like, it's what we aspire to do. There are bullets about 30, 60, and 90 days, but like no action to be able to say, this is what we're going to do to make it happen by this time. And so like, while we can't get into the work and in the operationals, we do have a duty to be of ensuring accountability. Like, the city is not clean. There are definitely areas of opportunity. This litter schedule must have been created today because we asked about it before and didn't have it. So I can't imagine that this is already being done. I guess this is what's going to be asked for in the budget. But like, we're about 7, 8 or more years in. Like, why wasn't this asked before? So we need leadership and we need actions. If it's staffing, we said time and time again, every budget cycle is an opportunity to ask for the resources that are needed. There's unanimous support of having a clean city and whatever resources that takes to make it happen. How are we in 2024 with a presentation tonight and we still have challenges? I haven't heard anything within this presentation about partnering with the Department of Transportation for supplemental funding for the highways and the off-ramps. I take Stanton Road early morning going to work out. I'm driving this morning, and it is embarrassing the amount of trash on both sides of the street getting back on, like going to Camp Creek. It's just there. There are opportunities. In 2018, I shared the memorandum or the agreement. I just shared it recently. I didn't even hear that in this presentation. There's collaborative work needed at Camp Creek with the Aerotropolis and the CID, GDOT, and are we just meeting to meet? So yeah, there's work being done clearly every day, but it's not resulting in a clean East Point. And yes, residents have been wanting to and do cleanups, have been doing cleanups all along, but we can't ask them to do what we're not doing. There are things that we are responsible for. Now we want to work together and partner and supplement, like if we can go to this neighborhood, we go on the third Saturday or third Friday, then they shouldn't clean up that week. If they want to do something, they can do it on the 4th or the 2nd. Like if we want to collaborate in that way, but what, like, the city is responsible for ensuring that we have a clean city. And then letting us know what resources are needed for that. This is not like, everything is not okay. And so, again, I'm not saying no work is being done, but the gateways still aren't clean. We said that's where people enter and exit our city. We're going to focus on that. We haven't reached the 100% compliance on that. We still have like Councilmember Ziegler wouldn't be asking about this if this wasn't an issue. We wouldn't be having these conversations if it's not an issue. And so, yes, things are getting done, and yes, collaboration is needed, but let's not act like we don't need leadership. And from the city leadership, from management, to come up with something that is actually going to be actionable to keep our city clean. And if that means we need, these supports from the community, we got to show the community all that we're doing before we ask them to lean in. Because if not, where are the taxpayers going? Taxpayer dollars going? They're paying for this. So, yeah, I hate to be Debbie Downer, but like, we can't act like everything's okay. It is not. There is a dire need for leadership, for change, for action to ensure that this happens. And the ideas it shouldn't be council members leading and telling staff what to do. That's why we have directors. That's how we have leaders. To implement best practices, to utilize the resources, to be innovative, to tell us what's needed, to when the budget comes, make the ask for things that are going to help accomplish the goal that we unanimously agree on. And that's having a clean East Point. So I will go to Councilmember Ziegler and Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Thank you, Director Reeves, for coming and presenting. And I know that, this presentation isn't perfect. I think we are heading in the right direction. And, I just want Mr. Reeves to know that, you do have the council's back in whatever you want or whatever you need to support you. Because that we are here to support you in your role, and the budget and things like that. The budget drives our priorities, and if you need something, just ask. I can't speak for everybody on that, but it sounds like that most everybody really wants to support you, and we want to see this through. And with that, I'll yield.
Councilman Martin Rogers.
All right, and thank you so much. What I would like to see is, I'd like to make the motion to have the city manager come back. I don't know when they'll be back, or we can have some discussion about it, but we need a more conscious 30, 60, 90-day plan. I do appreciate you bringing this forth, Councilmember Ziegler, but what are the actionable items that are going to get done within 30, 60, 90 days? Within that plan, I'd like to see the men of intelligence.
So you said a motion and you continue to talk. So if you're making a motion, the motion shouldn't be that long. And then if we need to get into, if there's a second, we get into discussion.
Okay, but that's what refresh, better timeline, deliverables, all entities that are involved.
So your motion had to be a little bit more succinct.
So a motion for a better timeline and deliverables on this 30, 60, 90-day plan. More conscious.
So there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion?
Discussion.
All right, Councilmember Martin Rogers, were you still in?
Yes, I was still in. So thank you so much for allowing me to discuss this. But we have a problem with litter. Just, You know, I've been to several different areas and you can tell that they keep their cities clean. They keep their gateways clean. And it's just going to take a more collaborative, conscious effort. But I think that we need a timeline. In 30 days, we are going to see X, Y, Z. In 60 days, we're going to add on something else. But it just needs to be a conscious effort to get East Point clean. Also, the men of intelligence, they clean up Washington Road. It's not reflected on this litter. I don't even know where the litter schedule is. And also the CID needs to be re-engaged with helping to keep our city clean. I believe that the mayor mentioned partnerships. That should also be a part of the 30, 60, 90-day plans. And also looking at the Athens Clarke County, they have someone in office that specifically deals with litter control and litter maintenance of their entire city. I can't remember the name, but it's a project management position. So I'd like to see how we are going to really tackle this with timelines and deliverables. Intentional effort to address the litter in East Point. Thank you.
Councilmember Shropshire, Councilmember Butler, did you say you had something to?
Thank you. Thank you. Here's my question in the motion. The motion was made to come back with a better time, a better plan. I think the motion should be to come back with a more comprehensive plan. In detail, with help from other places, like what was mentioned as to for as funding, more funding, who can help. I think the mayor mentioned something about, what was it? Department of Transportation, reaching out to them, reaching out to other places where they can come in and come up with a strategy on how to make it work. But I'm going to continue to go back to education. Education is the key component of everything, and also holding the owners of the shopping centers accountable as well as code enforcement. And I just want to say this. I know we talk about code enforcement, about what they can do, but I haven't seen code enforcement in over 6 months in my area. So that's another, and that's the police code enforcement. So that's another tackle that we have to deal with as well. Because if we're going to say that code enforcement is going to go out and do these things, then code enforcement have to be visible, because I haven't seen them in a while. And I don't need them coming down the street tomorrow, honking their horn to let me know that they're out there. So I'm just putting it out there. But a more collaborative plan as to what we can do to get East Point to where we want East Point to be when it comes to litter pickup. That's what I'm saying.
So Councilmember Shropshire started her statement off with what I think could be a friendly amendment to the motion. You mentioned a
I'm still in the
comprehensive.
discussion too, man.
I'm aware, Councilmember Butler. She started off with saying the motion should be, which is why I'm asking whether or not it's a friendly amendment before I get to you for discussion. You mentioned comprehensive. It should be a comprehensive plan. And so there's also been the discussion about actionable. Madam City Clerk, what do you actually have as a motion?
Literally, I just had the comprehensive plan and I put didn't hear the rest.
You put what?
Didn't hear the rest after the more comprehensive plan. From
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
I have motion to have the city manager come back with a more conscious 30, 60, 90-day plan with more deliverables. And Ziegler second.
Okay. You say it again, Councilmember Martin.
Motion to have city manager come back with a more conscious 30, 60, 90-day plan with more deliverables. And Councilmember Ziegler second.
So I think, no. I'm trying to navigate this. Councilmember Shropshire, when you said comprehensive, are you saying instead of conscious, comprehensive? Okay. So city manager come back with a comprehensive 30, 60, 90-day plan with actionables. Councilmember, is that a friendly amendment? Councilmember Martin Rogers, you accept the friendly amendment. Councilmember Ziegler, does your second still stand? Councilmember Butler, discussion.
Thank you. I think that if the goal is for East Point to be cleaner, that's an aspirational goal. I think that to ask for something more deliverables in order that your expectations are not, and you're not disappointed, you have to be clear about what it is that you ask. In the presentation that was presented today, the first 30 days was dedicated to organizing the team, coming up with some type of marketing strategy that would be executed in the next 60 days. And I'm not sure what the 90-day plan was. I'm sorry. Oh, the implementation of the plan that was outlined. So if we're going to go through with this motion, then we should give him the 60 days that he's requested to get the plan in order and come back and make that presentation. That's what I understand it to be.
I agree, Councilmember Butler. So the motion didn't deal with time, but it just said for them to bring something back more structured. I think it's not a good use of time if it's not ready. And so the interim city manager could decide when to put that back on the agenda for something more comprehensive, whether it's 60 days. So I don't think they said for it. The motion doesn't say when it comes back. I agree that it should come back when it's ready. Yeah, I mean, I think it's trusting the interim city manager to bring back a plan. I mean, we pay people well, plans of actions, and it's something that people do in a lot of different organizations. So a comprehensive 30, 60, 90-day plan with more deliverables or details. I mean, interim city manager, do you need more guidance than that?
Well, Madam Mayor, let me just make a few comments and get some clarification on
Okay,
a couple
hold
of
on real
things.
quick. Councilmember Butler, did you have anything else before the city
One
manager?
other thing too is, in order to measure, how are we going to quantify what is success, and how do we measure that? Because when the putting the camera in Stanton Road and Sonoma, that's success. You've alleviated that issue. So as we make these asks, I think we should be considerate as to what are our deliverables, how do you measure that? Because being abstract about what we think is litter, I witness it, I live it. We all are concerned with that. I want to go back to my colleague, Councilwoman Shropshire. This has to be a collective issue, and we have to be reasonable with our expectations on staff. Understanding there's always room for improvement, but I'll leave it like that.
So I agree, and that's what we expect. Let me speak for me. That's what I expect city management to be able to do, is bring us a plan, and then we can respond to what they're suggesting around measurables and successes and how we feel on that. But we don't have that. That would come from operations. I also think, and I mentioned to Councilmember Ziegler, that maybe instead of referring to it as a litter plan, maybe we talk about it as a clean city plan. Because there are other things that go along with it. But I will turn it over to Mr. Brown, because leadership is definitely needed. And the people who are in these positions have the expertise to do the work, is what we pay for. And so then you bring us a plan with goals, objectives, actions, measurements, success, and we say, oh, okay, this is good, or we respond and give feedback to that. We don't have that yet. Mr. Brown.
Yes, Madam Mayor, you are making really good points, all of you. I just want the council to know that this is a problem that is plagued on most communities nationwide, okay? And I want to really try to be precise about what you really want when we come back, because what you have tonight is a lot of information, and I do understand the importance of getting, getting more finite on what we're asking or what we're going to do, and I get that. So tonight, as I see it, what I saw in Mr. Reed's presentation was a lot of information about what we will do, like maintenance schedules and that type of thing. And so education is what I heard tonight, that we need to do a better job at educating our residents and visitors that traverse through our city who may be involved in dropping off these gifts in East Point. Something we need to pay attention to. Um, Programming, that's another bigger one. How do we effectively deal with litter control citywide? We can do that through effective programming, such as dealing with East Point Clean and Beautiful folks, or Keep American Beautiful, participating in the Great American Cleanup, uh, partnering with the Men of Intelligence, as well as the Community Improvement District, and exploring the GDOT maintenance agreement that the mayor is talking about. I think a couple of years ago, there was a discussion about having GDOT pay for or subsidizing our maintenance costs on GDOT's right of way. As you know, the Camp Creek Parkway is GDOT's responsibility. We had a meeting, I guess, a couple of weeks ago at the request of Dr. Martin Rogers to really try to get a hold of who's responsible for what in the Camp Creek corridor area. And we learned a lot. We learned that it is a group effort. There are a number of agencies and or business folks that are involved in the cleanup and maintenance of Camp Creek. As we know, it's a troubled area as well. It's a high traffic area, which you're going to see a lot of these things. And so I think that'll be part of what I call our specific plan of action. I don't know if a program is going to be something that, we get into, because a program is much more complicated than the plan, obviously. But the deliverables should be very clear on what we're trying to get and how we measure those deliverables. And I think that's what we have to put together for the council. And I didn't get a chance to read the Athens Clark County's program or for litter control and illegal dumping. It was shared by Council Member Dr. Martin Rogers earlier, but I'll make sure I get involved with that and work with staff. I think we got enough information that we can bring back something that I think all the council members will appreciate, as well as some deliverables. So, but yeah, I thought it was a very good uh, uh, um, presentation from an informational standpoint. A lot of information. I know when we deal with boards, we want to be precise and give very specific recommendations. And I hope that we can do that. I'm thinking we can probably come back to the council with a written update as well as a presentation next month, if that's okay with the council. I'm thinking maybe no later than the second meeting in May.
So the May work session, there's a motion on the floor in a second. Is there any other discussion? Councilmember Shropshire, is your light on?
Yes, and I'll say this, if we're gonna come back with a plan, someone needs to reach out to Atlanta Councilwoman, and I'm glad somebody brought her name up, Marcy Overstreet, because when you go up under the bridge to get on 166, it's Stanton and Delow. It is filthy, and that's Atlanta. That is Atlanta. So someone needs to reach out to her or do something so they can come clean up their end, because we can clean up East Point side all day, but if you have people walking throwing trash, they're going to continue to do the same thing over in that area and in any other area that borders Atlanta or College Park. So it needs to be a working collaboration to make sure each city cleans their part. Thank you.
Yeah, and the ATL, what used to be the ATL movie theater in Camp Creek, the weeds are sometime past my waist. And so, I think that's within District 11 as well. Um, so, I agree around collaboration, but somebody has to lead and provide the plan. Um, there was something else I was gonna, but I forgot it. So I don't see any other lights. All those in favor? All those opposed? I'm assuming that's unanimous. Motion carries. Any nays? Next up, do we have any boards or commission appointment?
Madam Mayor, I do have an announcement.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilman Churchill.
Every year, we light the city up blue in partnership with Autism Spectrum. That is tomorrow, April 2nd, and we partner with the Zeta Phi Beta sorority and do that. And I have to put it on the agenda to remind the staff to light the buildings up blue um, to in support of Autism Spectrum, which is April 2nd, World Autism Spectrum Day, April 2nd. I mean, we've been doing it for the last few years. Every year we do it.
Are you clear?
Okay.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
I do want to share. I know we've been doing quite a boards and commission appointments. I think this might be first year in a while where we've had at least quorums appointed to most of the boards. And so we're working with Georgia Municipal Association on doing an orientation for boards and commission, appointed boards and commission members. The GMA General Counsel, they actually welcomed a new addition to their family. He had a baby, his wife had a baby recently, or they had a baby, I should say. And so he's been out for some time. He's back, but now they're on spring break and they're trying to coordinate a date that will work, date or dates that will work for them. We're looking at in May. So I was hopeful to have a date tonight. We don't have that yet, but as soon as we have it, if not next Monday, by our April 15th meeting, we'll be sharing when that will be. Communications, if you could share my screen, I want to go through the questions for the community feedback for East Point City Manager selection process. So it's a brief survey. I think there's three brief feedback form. Let me not say survey. We want your feedback and your input. We want you to be candid and in your response to the items. And then once you're done, click submit. 1, what do you see as the major opportunities and challenges facing the city of East Point in its relationship to the community? 2, what should be the top 3 priorities for the city manager over the next year or 2? 3, from your perspective, what are the most important leadership qualities for the next city manager? And some examples are given. And then 4 is open-ended for you to provide other comments. And so please share your feedback, share information. We want this information will be used along with the city employee feedback form. There's been feedback provided from council and myself, as well as our department heads. And all of that will be used to create a recruitment brochure that will be used to recruit and solicit applicants for our city manager search, which will be a nationwide search. So please, again, the goal date is, you can stop the share. The goal date to have these submitted is by April 19th, so that's 3 weeks. So please complete it and encourage others to do the same. Let's see if any, April 19th. All right. No committee reports. The Budget and Finance Committee did meet this month. And we'll be meeting, the next meeting will be on April 16th. And the HR Committee is working on a date for its first meeting. Adoption of the council agenda. And I think we may need to add one agenda item. At our last meeting, we talked about engaging financial services consultant. And has management seen the change order? Okay, so do we need to make it, ideally, we can make it actionable, so that you can move forward with it. So if we amend it and place it on the agenda, we could deal with it after executive session, after we've had some time. Because I think we're gonna have some discussion around the forensic audit in executive session as well. So if we could, who's the change order for? Oh, Plant Moran, thank you. As a part of approval of the council agenda, we could have the motion to approve the agenda and add as item number 5, change order for Plant Moran. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up, approval of city council minutes from the March 18th meeting of city council. Is there a motion?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember Shropshire.
I would like to make a motion that we approve the city council meeting from March 18th.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. We don't have any public hearings this evening. Do we have any public comments?
Yes, ma'am, we have 3 public comments.
Thank you. Chapter 2, Section 2-2002BB, Rule 28. The public may speak during the public comment section of the agenda. Speakers must complete a comment form prior to the start of the meeting. Subject may include any subject of choice. There will be a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Speakers that have signed up to speak may give all or part of their time up to 3 minutes to another speaker for a total of 6 minutes of speaking time. Speakers may address the council only once during this time of the agenda. Speakers must identify themselves and their address prior to speaking. Questions from the speakers may not be addressed during the public speaking section of the agenda. East Point residents will have priority over other speakers. There will be a total of not more than 60 minutes for the public speaking section of the agenda. Speakers may only address the presiding officer. Speakers shall observe all rules of decorum. No debate, disrespect, or obscenity shall be tolerated. The presiding officer shall rule any such individual out of order that fails to comply with the foregoing. Madam City Clerk, you may call the first speaker.
Up first, we have Ms. Keisha Chapman.
Okay. Oh, wow, that's nice. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Keisha Chapman. I live in the Williamsburg community, and I wanted to come today to announce and invite Madam Mayor and Council to the first annual Atlanta Metro Norfolk State University Black Excellence Scholarship Fundraiser. It will be held here in East Point on April the 6th. From the hours of 6 to 9 p.m. And it will be held at the Art Exchange here in East Point. The chapter is very excited about this. We want to thank Madam Mayor for her welcoming and her letter that she submitted to us. We appreciate that, and we look forward to bringing a scholarship opportunities to the city, well, to people that may be able to take advantage of that. So we just wanted to say thank you and express that you all are invited to come. So thank you so much for that. And then I think we have already addressed clearly the trash in the neighborhood. And we like to continue to, I just think that the presentation was good, and I appreciate everybody weighing in and saying that we do need something a bit more comprehensive. And I agree with the fact that the city has to show the residents that we are putting in the efforts, and then in turn, maybe that the residents will participate, and maybe we can incentivize or come up with some ideas. And I'll be more than happy to lend some ideas if that's possible. And then I do have a note from one of my neighbors in Williamsburg, and they were asking for an update in Ward D regarding the athletic and aquatic center. And so they were looking for more information about that in Ward D. So those are the things that I wanted to bring to council today. Thank you so much for your time.
Up next, we have Miss Lisa Flowers Jones.
Good evening, Council and Madam Mayor. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Lisa Flowers Jones. I'm a longtime resident of East Point. I moved here in 2007. It's my 17th year, proudly living in East Point. But I'm also the executive director of a small, growing nonprofit called House Pride Atlanta. I came to you all guys about, I'd say maybe a year and some change ago, to talk about the possibility of getting some funding through East Point, because at that time we had 50 or so homeowners on our waiting list, seniors, disabled, veteran homeowners that need home repairs. And in that time, of course, Metro Atlanta, East Point have all changed tremendously, right? We have lots of change, the big G word, things changing in the city. We were in conversations for a bit with the former city manager and staff about possibly getting some funding. We were in conversations for the better part of a year, but then those conversations kind of went dead. I'm sure it's probably a result of the changeover in staff. But I wanted to try to resuscitate some of those conversations because we still serve residents in East Point, right? With other funding, with ARPA funding, with Home Depot funding, with funding for veterans. But I live in East Point, right? My neighbors are seniors. Some of my neighbors are seniors and need help. And so I wanted to come before this body to just say, I would love it to be able to get some guidance on how to get some funding from East Point directly, or even from some of the businesses in East Point, because I still have, even after serving through other funding sources, lots of seniors, disabled, and veterans that need roofing, plumbing, electrical, brand new bathrooms, floor stabilizations. We're always giving out ring doorbells to as many folks as we can. I felt like it was necessary, because I was having a hard time getting any response, to come before this body as an East Point resident to say, I would love it to be able to serve East Point in a deeper fashion, because this is my home and has been for 17 years. And I want to see the seniors served. So if you have any ideas of how I can make that happen, I'm more than willing to do whatever I have to do to get more funding for the residents of East Point. Okay. Thank you so much for your time.
Lastly, we have Mr. Tom Wardlow.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Councilman, Councilwomen. I like these meetings. It's probably crazy. I'm probably the only person in the city who really likes these meetings, and I'll tell you why. But the reason I came up, I made a note to myself. I live in Egan Park, and we have a little park called Egan Park, and somehow the Parks and Rec, or I'm not even sure what department, has done a splendid job of taking care of our little park. I drive by, I walk by, lawn is mowed, trash has been picked up. I don't know what's going on, because it wasn't that way 2 years ago. Anyway, thank you for that little piece. Now, The trash thing, that's curious to me. I really liked that plan with the 30, 60, 90 day, the whole idea, and the fact that there was a spreadsheet that said we'd have many people working these days on this street. I don't know how you can get more clarity than that. I mean, really, come on, people, read the spreadsheet. Okay. Anyway, it's pretty obvious that it's been thought out in terms of specific things we could do. Is it measurable? No. Would you notice? Yes. What is no litter? Okay, I don't know what that is. The other thing that I heard was, oh, we need education. Is there anyone in this room who has not seen all of their life do not litter signs? Now, what other piece of education do you propose than to tell people not to litter, which we all already know, and it still happens. So when I think about it, we have this wonderful little device for our city called See, Click, Fix, where people can report problems like litter on the street or whatever. My question is, who takes care of that? And I think we have a group in the police department called Code Enforcement. But have any of you ever seen a ticket given to somebody for littering? Why? I don't know why. Anyway, just some curiosities. People know they're not supposed to litter. What do you do about it? What? Throw city money at it? And what? Oh, I'm sorry. That needs a lot more thought, and it needs execution. Maybe that spreadsheet's the right thing, but our city has, I believe, 3 officers whose responsibility is to be sure that the codes get enforced. I don't know. Where are those? What's the status on any of those complaints? Thank you for your attention.
Those are all the public comments we have this evening.
All right, next up is agenda items. Georgia Cities Week 2024 discussion and signing of the resolution from the city managers. There open motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action.
Second.
It's moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is now open. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. As you know, the Georgia Municipal Association dedicates a week in April to celebrate cities across the state of Georgia. This year, the dates are April 21st to the 27th, 2024. Georgia Cities Week is an opportunity to celebrate community achievements and recognize volunteers and city employees. The good works of city government often go overlooked. Participating in Georgia Cities Week will educate and inform the public on the value of our city operations and activities. Below, and I'm reading a memorandum here, and I'm paraphrasing as well to get through this really quick. Staff has proposed about 5 different action items pursuant to participating in Georgia Cities Week. And one is an essay contest for the middle school age kids. The second is social media contest. And third is a display of city equipment and vehicles. This is where we have police and fire and public works and those guys, sanitation that have vehicles that they can go out and display out there on properties owned by us, where kids can go up and touch these things and ask what do they do. And Employee Fun Day. And this Employee Fun Day is really more than just an Employee Fun Day. We'll be handing out city service pins and those kinds of things during this thing. And then a signing of a resolution that has to be done by, I believe, the mayor, if I'm not mistaken. And so that's what Georgia Cities Week is, just to celebrate, what we do at cities all across the state of Georgia. And we ask that the council authorizes resolution and allow staff to participate. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer.
Any questions?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I do have a question.
Go ahead.
There were, I think, two components that you mentioned. One was something, social media engagement, another was an essay contest.
Yes, yes, sir.
I mean, those sound like public participation events. And you said the week it starts 3 weeks from now? Is that correct?
Yes, sir. The essay contest would start tomorrow, actually, up until April 23rd.
Okay.
And the
So-
social media activities would be on the 21st and 23rd.
Okay. So how much lead time would we have for public engagement in those aspects of the plan?
Well, I mean, obviously, when you say lead time, you know, we would start immediately if the council so approved this resolution, start promoting all of this.
Okay. And so I assume those sorts of promotional plans are already developed along with.
Yeah, they give us like a template. Georgia Municipal Association, they give all the cities a template on kind of activities and those kinds of things. So we have a framework in order to operate, but we can't do anything unless the council approves it. So.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Communications, can you share my? So Georgia Municipal Association provides a template of resolutions for cities, and literally is including the city of East Point at the, why is it not moving? At the heading of the resolution, and then towards the bottom as City of East Point declares the city week. And so the ask from the city manager is for us to adopt this resolution. Once adopted, I can sign. And then if we don't do it tonight, the next opportunity would be April 15th, which is only a little less than a week before the week. And so I'm putting the resolution on the screen in the event that there's a desire to take action on it tonight and adopt the resolution. And if so, the title is there.
Madam Mayor,
Yeah.
I would like to make a motion that we adopt the resolution of the city of East Point recognizing Georgia City Week, April 21st through the 27th.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? Favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Anything else on this item, Mr. Brown? All right, can we get a motion to table the change order for Plant Moran, and we will address it after executive session? Sure. Until after executive session. Okay. Second. Been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is comments from council.
Madam Mayor, I have a comment. To address Ms. Flowers. Okay, yes, we did have that conversation, and I don't know if I would refer to Ms. Jessie, who can give us an update on that item, because we did get an update on it. Madam Mayor, if
Ms. Jessie.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Mayor, members of council, after one of the discussions, this is prior to interim city manager Brown starting with us, you gave us authorization to issue a request for qualifications for this item. And I will check on that, on the status of that tomorrow.
okay, thank you. And I was gonna ask, where were we with that? And that is, and why, So, and I know people are probably wondering, what was to do the qualifications for? If you could just.
Yes, ma'am. It was decided to do the request for qualifications so that we could acknowledge, I believe you all discussed, several of you discussed agencies that have the capability of providing rehab services, and you wanted the ability to be able to kind of spread the rehab services around to other agencies and companies in the city of East Point.
To also help with.
No, we will be here to answer any questions, but I can't allow you to speak up.
Yes, but I just wanted you to know that we had the discussion in reference to House Proud being one of the people that could do this, help with this program. And I think it was more geared towards getting people like who can actually do the work. If I'm saying it
Yes,
right.
ma'am.
Yeah, along with like, and if I can use this as an example, like plumbers.
Yes, ma'am.
Stuff like that. People who do roofing, stuff like that. Okay, I'm just gonna leave it at that. And if you have any questions, we'll be here. Okay, but we still working on that piece. To address the issue about the clean litter. Yes, people can see the no littering signs, but they ignore the no littering signs. So education is part of the key component because you can, like children, you teach them as they grow. So you let people know the importance of why, instead of throwing the chicken bone out the window, why they need to throw their trash into the trash can. Because like this problem we have now with litter, we'll continue to have this problem if we don't tell people the importance of cleaning your city, why you want a cleaner city. So it go hand in hand with city staff as well as people who visit our cities. When they see the litter signs, and you may see somebody walking and they throw a piece of tissue down, someone can say, hey, you know, the trash can is right there. That piece of educating people why the cities need to be clean. My mind just went blank. It was something else too. But that's the importance of it. And also holding the business owners accountable for making sure that their parking lots are clean. When you have people who constantly throw trash out of their cars, to go around and have people say, hey, you know, the trash can is right there. And when they leave, cleaning up the parking area. And I'm going to keep using Wayfield as an example because it is nasty sometimes. And the trash do blow over into the water treatment. I mean, all the time. So education is a key component to letting people know, hey, you have to do this. And I'm really glad that that Park and Recs cleaned up Egan Park. I'm always say Park and Rec needs to spread the love when it comes to the other parks and making sure that those are clean as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Thank you. And I just wanted to remind East Point residents of Ward D that we will be having our next community gathering on April 27th. And to look for the to be announced information is going to be forthcoming. Thank you so much for your support, Ward D, and all East Pointers.
Councilmember Ziegler.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for bringing up the Parks and Rec thing. So I believe that Director Pinkett is trying to create the 10-year comprehensive plan, and he is missing a few appointees on the Parks and Rec board. We are over a year behind in creating a plan. and there's certain people who need to make appointments or reappoint their appointees because their term is expired. So if we can all help support that in making sure that that board has a quorum to meet, that would be great. Um, and that's it. I yield.
Any other comments from council?
Yes, ma'am. In that vein, I would like to make an appointment to the Parks and Rec. I would like to appoint Eddie Lee Brewster to Parks and Rec Board.
Seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Anyone else? So a couple things.
I got an appointment.
Oh, go ahead, Councilman.
Well, in that case, I want to reappoint Audrey Davis to the Park and Rec Board.
Properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. I can't even remember who I had appointed to Parks and Rec. Yeah, if you could let me know. I appointed Janiyah Davis at the beginning of my term, so her appointment is active. Okay, thank you, Councilmember Ziegler. A couple things. So, House Proud, we did allocate ARPA funding for that type of support, but given the amount of money that would be provided to a vendor or vendors, the decision was to do the request for qualification instead of request for proposal. Request for proposal, you only approve one person. Request for qualifications, you can qualify multiple organizations, and staff would be able to utilize the services up to a certain amount. The organizations that are qualified are not entitled to receive any funding or receive any request for services, but it could happen. And so that's the route that, given the amount of the funding, that's why it came back. And so we look forward to getting updates on that. And the number of leadership roles that I've held or hold, I mean, I've used spreadsheets as exhibits. And if I've used a spreadsheet as a plan, it's been a RACI chart that shows responsibility, accountability, consulted and informed. What we got tonight was a budget with a number of streets, no indication of when it would be done, hourly rates, and what they possibly, I guess we should see in their budget requests coming forward when we get the budget this month. If we continue to act as if there's no need for improvement, every organization continues to improve, no matter how successful they are. There's always room for growth. But to acknowledge that something that can definitely be built upon and actually provide a strategic plan with maybe an exhibit or a RACI chart on a spreadsheet that would be more helpful for us to actually hold our staff accountable to ensuring that our city is clean. And so, yeah, that spreadsheet wasn't a plan. As it relates to the activities for this week, the Healthy Point is going on. We have over 200 people registered. Registration is open and ongoing throughout the Healthy Point initiative. So we have on Tuesdays and Thursdays is yoga. Monday and Wednesday is total body workout and Pilates. We have walkaholics groups. On this Friday, we'll have healthy movie night. As Morehouse School of Medicine indicated, April the 4th is a health equity focus group that they will be running, and that's virtual. And in order to participate, you have to go to the link that's provided to sign a consent form and register for that Zoom, to get the Zoom link. On Saturday, there's cooking demonstrations at noon here at City Hall, the bounce class at 9 a.m. And also the Morehouse School of Medicine Health Equity primary care workshop here from 1:30 to 3:30. I think it's next weekend. We'll be doing sand volleyball at Bryan Park. And also, I feel like it might be the April 20th, Breathe and Skate at Impact Church. And so throughout all of the activities are free. All you have to do is register. If you did not attend the kickoff, you can go to the Parks and Recreation Center, Jefferson Park Parks and Recreation Center, to get after you register, to get your passport as well as your T-shirt and bag. And also, if you need assistance with registering, you can actually go there as well, or reach out to the Parks and Rec department. And I'm about to say the wrong number, so I won't say it. But the information is available online. If I can get it, I know. No, I don't want to give the wrong number. So please join us on the journey to be healthier and make daily lifestyle choices that help improve our health over this 90-day period. I think that is all that we have. Any executive session items?
Madam Mayor.
Attorney Wiggins, what do you have?
I'm doing my count.
Doing by real estate, litigation, and personnel.
One real estate. Seven legal.
Ooh. Any personnel?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Brown.
I'm sorry, one personnel, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
About that, Larry. One personnel and 2 real estates. Sorry.
Any from council? We have at least 2 personnel. I don't think so. Anybody else have any? So right now I have 3 real estate, 7 legal, and 3 personnel. Hmm? Two more what? So 3 real estate, 7 legal, and 5 personnel. Get a motion to, oh, yeah, we already tabled.
Madam Mayor, it's going to be 2 real estate.
Yeah, I had, there's another one that.
We had the same one. So
Oh,
it's
okay,
just
2. Oh, I got what you're saying. Got it. Thanks. Consolidated. So 2 real estate, 7 legal, 5 personnel.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn to executive session for
2 real estate.
2 real estate,
7 legal.
7 legal, and 5 personnel.
Moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. We're in recess.
No, right here with Chris.
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know? Yeah. Oh, okay.
Charles.
Yeah, no, Charles and Anita brought. And
Althea.
Althea brought. Yeah, Althea brought. Yeah, I wasn't sure.
Do we go live?
All right, motion to reconvene.
Motion to reconvene.
Been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to grant our interim city attorney the authority to accept
City of East Point.
City of East Point subpoenas from the Fulton County DA's office.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Councilman Martin Rogers.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to proceed as discussed in the manner with Darren King in executive session.
It's been moved and properly seconded that we proceed as discussed in executive session regarding Darren King. Any discussion?
Could it just, do we want to change that verbiage slightly to allow, to instruct the city attorney to proceed as discussed? Or does
Either
it
way,
matter?
we can clear.
I'd say.
Friendly amendment to instruct the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session. You accept the friendly amendment?
Yes.
Second still stand, Councilman Cummings. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Motion to approve the executive session meeting minutes.
Motion to approve executive session meeting.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Good night.